Hi there, welcome. We are just about to get started. Alright, how's everyone feeling today? Can you hear me alright? We have decent audio. There we go. My video didn't want to update. We are here. Welcome. Today's going to be a pretty chill stream. I'm just going to be working on a couple of things. We're going to start with some of our leather cuffs here that I've been needing to finish. We're going to trade out some of my press for some punch holes. And we are going to start punching the threading, or the thread holes for these. And then we're going to just kind of take it easy from there, probably stitch these up today while we're here. And then we'll work on a few other things. So, thank you for tuning in. I hope today's a really good day, really chill day, that you have a good time. I do have one exciting little thing here that we can try out. You'll notice that my camera from last time, the one that kind of is over here, is not here anymore. I've been working on making the stream a little bit better, finding out things that we can do, and so one of those things is actually going to be this mobile kind of like PTZ arm. Let's see if I can get this going. Let's see here. See if we can get that turned on. There we are. Yeah, we'll have a newer kind of camera angle here. Something that will allow us to get a closer look at some of the work that I'm doing. And should hopefully be nicer to view. And I can switch through that a little bit easier, which is nice. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I need to take my press here and pull it out and switch it over for some hole punches. Get this into position here, just like that. And grab the key and kind of swap out the tools. Again, anyone here, let me know if you can hear me. If not, I can always turn the mics up or the music down. I don't know where. I think I'm at a good level, but I'm not 100% sure. Pricking iron here. So, it's just going to be a tool like this. It's just going to let us kind of poke those holes, and then it's going to make sewing, at least hand sewing, a lot easier. I hope everyone here had a really good weekend. I know mine was pretty good. Mostly relaxing. There's some leather angle here. A little bit extra light here as well. let's go ahead and get started here. Alright. So I used to do this completely by hand, where I would actually have to hammer these hole punches in, and while it works, it is loud, which can be obnoxious to the neighbors, especially when I'm working at night, and it's exhausting. So I'm really glad to finally have this punch here, because this is just so much easier. First. Hole punches, all pretty smooth, and that's what I do those line markings for. It's just so I can follow that path and make sure that I am getting a nice consistent punch. Hi there, welcome. Just getting started for the day. Starting out with some simple hole punches here. We're seeing what we've got to work with today. A few cool different ideas that we're going to test out and work with. But for now, we're just working on these presets. Go that light press just to mark it. I don't really want to go through any holes I've already punched because the diamond shape would be ruined, and the diamond shape's really good for helping keep the leather from tearing as we stitch, and it helps those stitches lay so nicely. We try not to punch holes in different angles, although sometimes it can't be helped. Case, we'll re-punch two of those holes, but they're at the same exact angle that they were, so I'm not super worried about them. Do the same thing for the other side. Alright. Nice punch there. And again, just going to get the other side here lined up. Process usually takes a little while, but I find it to be kind of calming. It's pretty relaxing, especially compared to other stuff that I do like burnishing, which I just kind of despise. I really don't like doing that part. It's messy and it takes a long time to get right. So I enjoy being more simple like this, where I can move quickly and efficiently. There we go. Perfect. Almost done with this cup. And then we'll move on to the other few that we've got. Mark in there. Over just a little bit. Punch. And just a couple more holes. go. Alright, that's what we're looking at now. Got a nice set of punched holes all ready to go. Set that aside and we're going to just keep doing and keep working on the next 3. And once we have those hole punches done, we can move on to the actual stitching portion. So we're going to start kind of nice and quiet today, just relaxing, stitching and chatting. Back just a little bit. There we go. Just so it's out of my way. And as always, if you ever have any questions about things I'm doing or why I'm doing them, please feel free to ask. I love teaching people. I love talking about the stuff that I work on. So this sort of thing is just a lot of fun for me, and absolutely I'm open to answer questions or explain my process. Getting the perpendicular ones, I'm just going to move down to this next square and get punched out along the same line, just because it's going to save me a little time in the future. Hopefully the audio and video today is better than it has been. I spent a big chunk of this weekend working on getting the stream cleaner. I realized I had been streaming at a much lower bit rate. So we have updated that, and I'm now streaming at something that's probably a little more akin to your standard bit rate. So hopefully audio sounds better. Hopefully the music sounds better, and my voice doesn't sound as fishbowl-y or like I'm in the middle of a Zoom meeting. We'll see though. Please let me know if there are any issues. That's another one of the cuffs done. Set that aside, and we have 2 more to go. Grabbing myself a little bit of water. Back at it we go. here. Make sure everything else is looking good. Thank you for the update on that. Let me adjust those mic volumes. Okay, let's try that. Is my mic any better now? Is that a little bit louder? Sometimes it's a pain to kind of try to find that balance. So hopefully it's helping. Alright. Of course, there's also a train going off in the background, so I don't know if that's picking up at all, but, you know, it'd be my luck if it is. Alright, as I was saying before, in case my mic was a little too quiet to hear, what I'm doing right now is I am punching the thread holes. So these are the holes that my hand-sewn thread will go through. In leatherworking, it's far easier to work with something that's already been pressed or punched than to try to stick a needle through multiple layers of heavier leather. So this process is absolutely worth it. It's going to make hand stitching way easier and way nicer, both for myself and for the process of the final product. It's going to look a lot nicer than if I try to do it by hand without a press like this. There we go. Have a bit of an adjustment here. Make sure we're laying nice. Line it up, and back we go. Here we are. There we go. Going to be extra careful here, trying to make sure these line up nicely. The reason being is I don't want any one stitch to look like it's longer than the others. I want to kind of give it as much of a uniform appearance as possible, because the final product will be a lot nicer that way. There we go. Perfect. Alright, one more to go. Hi there, welcome to anyone new who's come in. Right now we are just punching some thread holes in some leather here so that I can get ready to hand stitch some of this. Because sewing these up is the last thing that's actually needed for this project. So we're going to get these hole punches done. We're almost there. And then we are going to actually probably do some of this hand stitching. We can just chat and chill, and then once we finish with that I get a few other projects we can work on. I hope everyone's Monday morning or Monday day is going really well. And yeah, thanks for stopping by and deciding to spend some of that time with me. I really appreciate it. Hi there, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming by. As always, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm always happy to chat and talk about what I'm doing. Yep, the stream is marked as it is because we are dealing with collars and cuffs and other stuff, and per Twitch rules, that is still markable as a like more adult stream. So especially since I'm new, I want to be sure I'm not breaking any of those rules, because I'm still trying to get to affiliate. So we mark it as a little bit more an adult stream. Go. We go from this side. Hi there. Thanks for stopping by. Again, hopefully everything looks and sounds alright. I've been playing with some of the settings, so things should look and sound better than they have been. As well as I have some new camera inputs to work with, so hopefully you can see things a little bit better. Tiny Monster. I hope you're doing really well. It's been nice to see you here. Glad you can stop by. There we go. And we're just about done punching these holes. Perfect. Just like that, we're all set and ready to go. And we can start working on our stitching now. Move this out of the way here. And we'll make some adjustments so that we can get going on the stitching. Now, this particular order wants some of these, wants the stitching to be in this nice teal color. So I'm going to get this threaded up. We're going to get this camera, my PTZ, angled a little bit better, and we'll start stitching there. So, yeah. Turn that off for just a second, and we will get things going. Measure out some of the thread length. That updated. Get these needles threaded, and we will get going. I do like stitching up cuffs a whole lot because there's not a whole lot of stitching. Collars tend to be a fair bit more, and then there's specialty stuff. Like my wildlife tracking collars or my bird band, those have a lot more stitching involved. And traditionally it's all been hand sewn. I only just recently got my sewing machine. So it takes a while, and it really makes the process slow and tedious on my end. So I do enjoy hand stitching a lot though. I think it looks really nice. I can definitely get some better threads going. Get this up and moving just a little bit. Turn that back on. There we go. Do that. I'm going to go ahead and make myself comfortable for this one. The bird hood is still under works, but it's going to take a lot of stitching, like a whole lot. Okay. Move my scissors here, get things out of the way. We're gonna try to get this PTZ where I want it to be. Go. first few stitches are always the hardest because the thread is still sort of learning how to lay on that needle a little easier. Because it likes to get stuck in that hole just a little bit. But as we do more, it should be a lot smoother of a process. Keyword being should. Sometimes it does not like to be. You know what? Actually, this might be a better view if I do this. Jump over to this seam here. See if that works a little bit better. There we go. My hand is very much in the way. Try adjusting it a little bit there. Get a little bit easier to see. So what I'm doing is just a simple saddle stitch. One of my base stitches generally looks really good on leather, gives you a nice finish on both sides. Much better. This maybe. Just trying to find a place to put this that's slightly out of the way here. It's still providing some light. Well, okay then. That's an interesting start. I just broke a needle. It happens. They wear down from time to time. Just gonna set that aside for later. Grab a new one. And go from there. There we go, much better. so we're making pretty good time here. Hand stitching's always a little bit slow, but it's not terrible. So the question I have for everybody else here today is, how are we feeling about, I can stitch a couple of these and then we can move on to a different project, or I can stitch up the whole thing. It'll take a little bit longer, but if we're just feeling the chill vibes, I can keep stitching. These shouldn't take all that long, but I do want to make sure that I'm conscientious of what people are thinking about. Now what I just did there is I was just making sure I had a one extra hole that it looks like I missed when I was punching. So I added it in manually, just with a separate hole punch here. Gonna make that thread just come to a nice, neat corner. Body doubling is great. If that's what you're here for, by all means, we can keep doing that. I know it helps me a ton. Good morning, Mini Golf. Welcome back. Thanks for dropping by. Just stitching up some leather today. Trying to get these cuffs finished at least sometime this week. Thank you. I appreciate it. I definitely wanted to do some daytime streams. A, because I have the time. B, because I know some people enjoy it while they work. And then C, also want to be able to be more available time-wise for people who might be overseas or just in different time zones. I know that 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time means way later for most other places in the world. I always like to work away from myself here. For me, it's just a little bit easier. I tend to think it looks a little. It's easier for me to make sure those stitches look a little nicer overall. Not always a possibility, but it's absolutely something I try to do. Coming up on the last few stitches of this first square. At which point we will tie off this thread, turn the ends down a little bit, and tuck them away. And then we'll grab some new thread and start working on the next bit. Last 2 stitches here. Probably backstitch once or twice just to make sure it's nice and secure. And then we will tie this off and move on to the next square in this stuff. Go. Looking pretty decent so far. Gonna backstitch once here. Backstitching is just where we're going to go back through our old stitches. Helps lock the stitches in place and also lets me pull the thread out through the side here so that I can better hide it. We don't have any weird knots or anything that are just kind of sticking up out of it, or out of the front or the back. They are definitely big ass needles. They're very much hand sewing needles for large thread. Give this a quick overhand knot here. If my thread will work with me, there we go. One more. You can see it's all nice and tucked away up under the leather itself. So even though there's knots, you don't really see them. And then I'm going to do a nice close snip. And we're going to burn these in so they don't fray. I don't want to burn anything but the thread here. Then I'm going to just use my sewing awl here to kind of tuck it away so it's not visible at all. And just like that, we are finished with one section of this. We'll move on to the next bit. Unthread my needles really fast just so I can put some new thread on. I did get a punch stand. We were using it just a little while ago to punch all of these holes. No more hammering for hours on end. In fact, maybe we can see it a little bit here. Ooh, a little too fast there. There's my punch stand. There we go. Alright, we're going to get this new bit of thread threaded onto the needle, and then we can keep working on this. I cannot tell you how excited I am to no longer be hammering for hours on end to get those thread holes punched. Between that and the sewing machine, I think they're huge just quality of life improvements. I no longer have to worry about like waking the neighbors from hammering. So for those who aren't aware, you can do this by hand using a pricking iron like this, and you would just take it, you'd line it up where you want it with my hand so you can see a little bit better, and then you're just going to hammer down. It works really well. I usually use a maul. This is just a different type of hammer here, and you would just hammer it to make the holes so that you can then hand stitch. The problem with that is it's loud, and it takes forever, and it's a little less precise because you're having to hold that and move the leather and hammer effectively to get a nice finish or a nice hole and a nice line of holes. So it's just a little bit less nice to work with. So I'm excited to finally have a press that will do that job for me and at least hold things steady while I press and punch those holes. And to not, you know, have noise violations or noise complaints when I'm working later at night. Alright, let me get these first few adjusted a little bit so we can see a little nicer. There we go. Lighter out of the way, so don't keep bumping into it. There we go. On a lot of the collars, cuffs, and other equipment that I make that I see for sale elsewhere, a lot of times you only see the hardware, like the hardware here, and then there's usually not any stitching here. I tend to dislike that style, which is probably why I do the stitching. I think it looks a lot cleaner and a lot nicer. And also I think it actually helps the collar and the cuffs or whatever you're working on last longer. It secures the leather to the padding or the backing more effectively, and generally just kind of makes the entire product that much more durable to wear. So even though it can be a bit of a pain sometimes, especially because it's hand stitching, I find it's a much higher quality end result. And that's just my style. I know some people like the simpler style, and that's completely fine. This is just why I tend to stitch pretty much everything that I make. Tangled on my cord. There we go. Oh, I don't know why it didn't go off. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Let's see. Let's make sure that our alerts are actually set up properly. It's very possible they are not. It should be. We'll try. Alright, well, we got to show up. I'm surprised it didn't actually give the audio alert. That's an interesting one. I'll have to look into that here in a little bit. For now, though, we're just going to keep stitching. welcome to everybody who's joining. Anybody who has maybe never seen a stream before with me. My name's Birdie. I'm a leatherworker, and we're just kind of doing a chill day. We're just stitching up some pieces. Got a few other projects I can work on after we finish this up, but otherwise we're just chatting, listening to music, maybe body doubling to help get some, help others get stuff done, and generally just having a good time. As always, if you need to, get up, take a break, drink some water, make sure to take care of yourself today. I am doing the same, or I'm going to here in just a moment. Probably once I get to the end of this line up here, so a few more stitches, and then grab a bit of water, stretch my legs a little bit, but I'll be right back. Won't be like leaving or anything, just want to remind people to take care of themselves. Good on the back side here. Alright, finishing up this line. There we go. I'll grab some water myself. Alright, and back to it we go. There we go. Alright. Just about finished with this line. We got one more to go on this. And I'll show y'all how I kind of like finish up the stitching here for a piece, and then we can move on to the next copy. Got in, just so I'm making so much noise. Has anybody here been watching any good shows? I myself have been keeping track of For All Mankind, which has been a fun watch. Alright, last couple of stitches here. We're going to finish these off just like I did the last one. So we're going to back stitch once, and we're going to kind of pull it out the side, burn the tips off, and just kind of tuck them under so they're nice and hidden. Honestly, that's completely fair too. I have frequently forgotten to finish shows, and then I go back to, I finally remember and go back to finish them, and I'm like, I don't even remember what happened. I need to go back and rewatch it. And then it's a vicious cycle. Alright, there we go. Finish this off just like we did last time. That back stitch and out the side. Do the same thing for the back. There we go. Give that a quick overhand knot just to kind of lock these together. Have them nice and tucked under there. Cut off the excess. Just like that. Give this a little bit of a turn. And grab our awl and just tuck those neatly under the edge of the leather here. Just like that, those are done. Now, when I finished a piece like this, I do still have a couple things I like to do. The first thing is I will actually flatten these stitches out. That's where I will take the hammer here in just a second. I'm going to flatten them out just to make them a little more noticeable. And then I'm going to give these a nice heat with my my lighter just to help kind of bring that color back out. Right now they're a little bit white. That's the wax. And so if I can melt and move that wax to kind of sit in the crevices and in the gaps, the stitching is going to look a lot cleaner and that color is going to pop a little bit more. So in this case, I'm actually going to take my little hammer here. It's a little more precise than the maul is. So just going to give these some little taps. Just like that. Do the same thing for the other one. Just going all the way around the edge. And then I'll take my lighter again. Just give it a quick once over. I'm not looking to melt anything aside from the wax. Just like that. And there we have it. That is a finished piece. So stitching on the front and the back looks really nice, and it's pretty much ready to go at this point. From here, all I do is kind of give it a quick buff or a nice polish just to make sure everything looks good, and then I would take photos of it. Now we still have 3 more to go, so we will get to work. I'll probably do one more today on stream, so we'll just probably do this one here on stream, and then I can finish the rest off stream later. So we have some other stuff that we can work on today. As much fun as stitching as there's other things to do. How are we doing audio and video wise, by the way? Any issues? Like I said earlier, I'm still kind of figuring out the whole stream thing, making sure all the settings are good. And I want to make sure that we have a good experience for everybody. Alright, and we're back to stitching. One thing I try to always do is just make sure that my line on both sides is going to be even, because that's going to help ensure that I have enough thread on both sides to go all the way around this. A little bit quieter than the music. I can work on that. Alright, we'll give that a go. Turn the music down just a little bit. If the music's too low now, let me know. Very well, again, finding that balance is a little tricky sometimes. Perfect. That is good to hear. I felt like that my first stream. I could not get the audio working well. I felt like I had to chew on my own mic too. Gratefully, I have a pretty cool setup now. Right now, we are on my Crioid shotgun mic, which is a little tiny mic that I usually put on top of my DSLR when I'm taking videos. But it's great for catching noise on all kinds, so long as it's aimed in the right direction. So you can actually catch the noises on the table, which I think are really cool. So you can actually hear, like, you know, the stitching or the little like clicks and clinks of the metal buckles and stuff. The problem is that if I'm not facing that mic, if I'm looking away when I talk, because I'm checking something else, my audio dip. And so I'm having to retrain myself to make sure that I'm talking while I'm at least mostly facing that mic. Yeah, shotgun mics are really a lot of fun to work with. Once you kind of get past the learning curve of, oh, here's how they work, or here's how they're sensitive. Do that again. Alright, here we go. Coming on just about halfway done with this square, or a quarter of the way done with this cuff. Making some pretty decent progress. So I'm currently stitching this, but what is everyone else doing today? I'm assuming some people are working, but if you could talk about it, what sort of projects are you working on? Doing work things. Yep, I get that. PDF generation. Okay. It sounds ecstatic. That's some pretty dated framework. Is that something that they're going to ever update, or are they just kind of comfortable just staying with that? Also, mini golf, 3D printers. I don't think I realized you worked with 3D printers. That's a long time. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, I do remember you talking about this when we were talking about typesets because of my leather stamps. No, I don't think I realized that's what it meant. I'm going to date myself here, but definitely remember using floppy disks. Remember some of my first computer projects and PowerPoint projects had to be saved on floppy disks for presentation in school. And yeah, it's funny how that's still a save icon, but most Most people may not even recognize what a floppy disk is. I remember that too. Yeah, 32 megs being a huge deal. I remember when like 128s came out, and they were like $60 a pop. Oh, I remember that too, mini golf. I think I still have a few CD games that like. I think I have my original copy of Star Wars Battlefront that was on like 4 separate CDs, and definitely had the code in the manual. There we go, just a couple more stitches here. Now the back stitch, and we'll finish this off. Hi, Zaris. Go. How are you doing today? There we go. Sewing's going well. Hopefully y'all can see it a little bit better this time, as well as hear me a little more clearly. Figured out that last stream, I was so confused because I was hearing that like my audio was fishbowled, and I had done a bunch of audio checks, taken recordings, and really just tried to make it as clean as I could. And for some reason it was fishbowl. And then I looked back at my stream and realized I'm streaming at like 2500 bitrate, which is under half of what's recommended. So we fixed that this time. Hopefully that means everything from like the colors to the like darker parts of our scenes, and then our audio should all be much nicer now. Alright. One of those done. We got one more to do here. Get a little more thread. And grab some water for myself. And then we can finish this off. Oh no, well, hey, it takes time. I know I've waited for upwards of 2 weeks to like a month and a half before hearing back. Sometimes the process takes longer than expected. Actually, I think the longest wait I've had to wait for hearing about a job. I had applied to work at I want to say it was Moab or one of the national parks down in Utah at the time, and I applied in 2019, and I heard back in late 2021 they want to do an interview, and I was like, I'm in a completely different life situation at this point. I'm sorry, I'm not in a good spot to take a position like that right now. Okay, so it's still early in the week, it's still Monday morning. I like to give people a couple days, or a day at least, when they do that. Monday, I usually catch up on emails, you know, wait and, you know, try to catch up from the weekend. And then usually Tuesday morning is when I expect a response when people say, we'll get back to you early in the week. So don't lose hope yet. There's just a little bit here. It's probably not just you. I would imagine that might be a slight delay or an offset. Different cameras are just going to process and send that data at slightly different speeds. They're pretty close. I try to keep them as close as possible, but sometimes they can be a little bit off, and I apologize about that. If it's bothersome, I can always turn off the overhead for now. Just work from the hand cam. brighten this up just a little bit. I think it's actually going to get. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. So hi everybody, welcome. If you're new here, my name's Birdie. I'm a leather worker, and I just decided to start streaming this stuff. I thought people might be interested. Yeah, if you have any questions, especially about stuff that I'm doing, or work I've done in the past, or could do, please let me know. Happy to chat and talk. This is something of a passion of mine. I enjoy doing it and sharing it with people. So, yeah, welcome. You're too kind, Saras. Thank you. I don't know if I'm amazing. I try to be a sweetheart. I like to be sweet and nice, at least whenever I can. But I'm just a bird. I'm just doing stuff. Right now, mostly leather stuff. Also, thank you to everybody who followed. As far as the follows are concerned, I think I actually have enough now to go for affiliate. And now it's just going to be making sure streams are consistent. And I think I'm relatively close to the threshold of that. So I'm really excited. Affiliate means that we'll be able to do subscriptions, as well as rewards and a variety of other small features and small details here on Twitch that I'm excited about. Alright, halfway done with this last box here. Once we finish it, we will move on. I believe the next thing that I want to get done We do still have 2 more cuffs to do, but we can take a break from that for now. I actually kind of need a break for my fingers' sake. So we will actually move on. I actually want to do some oiling of the satchel bag strap that we worked on last week. Continue to get it ready. And then we might do some burnishing as well. Burnishing. Not looking forward to it, but it's needed, and it'll kind of make the final product of that piece really nice. We'll see if we can do it today. If we don't, we'll do it Wednesday. Welcome everybody. We're right now just finishing up the stitching for a set of cuffs. We still have some more stitching to do, but we're going to take a break here in a minute because I've been stitching for about an hour. So we're going to be looking at some other stuff. Alright, last line here. Just a few more stitches to go. Alright, just a few more stitches to go. Finish this off. Get the entire cuff finished off. We'll have a matching set that's done. I'm feeling good about it. just going to do a quick back stitch here. Finish off this line of threading. You know, if I can get this. Alright, now, work with me. Separate this up just a little bit. There we are. Just do that one more time with the other side. We'll tie it off, burn everything, flatten these stitches down, and you should be done. There we go. Add a nice tie and cut way down near the end here. Give it a quick burn, just to burn those tips back. We're going to tuck them over under, just like we did the others. And look at that. Now the last thing that we're going to do is the same thing we did with the other cuff, and that's going to be where we kind of take my little hammer here, and we are going to just kind of flatten these stitches out, and then we're going to melt some of the wax that is on this wax thread. That'll help with color pop, and the stitches will just look a little bit nicer. There we go. Just like that, that's done. Do that quick kind of burn of that wax. My lighter wants to light. There we go. That nice teal color to pop a little bit more. There we go. Just like that, we now have two nice cuffs finished. We still have two more to go here, but we can work on these later. For the moment, I'm going to set these aside, and we are going to start working on that satchel strap. See what we can do with that today. Before that, though, I am going to take a quick bathroom break and going to kind of reset some stuff here on the stream. So we're going to give it like 3 or 4 minutes total, and I'll be back. But be good. Maybe take some time, go to the bathroom, get a drink yourself. Again, take care of yourself. Alright, back in just a minute. Alright, we are back. I'm going to move some of our cameras around here a little bit. Alright. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a little time. This is that satchel strap that we made last week. It's coming along nicely, but we do still need to give it a little conditioning. So that's what I'm working on setting up right now. Just kind of getting that camera in the right place so we can see a little easier. There we are. Now, what we have is we dyed this and we cut it last week. Now, we do need to burnish these edges and the back here, but before we do that, we can make this a little softer. We can give it some of that moisture back. So the oil or the the dye that I use will sometimes pull water out as it dries. So the leather gets a little drier and it's not quite as nice as I like it. So we're going to take a little bit of oil here. This is neat's foot oil. We're going to just kind of work on this and see if we can't get it to look nice. I mean, it already looks pretty decent, but we want to make sure that it's looking, you know, real supple, really comfortable, because this is going to be worn. Neat's foot oil is just kind of the standard. This is what's readily available when we're talking leatherworking. You can use a wide variety of oils. I've used a vegetable oil in the past. You can also do like a beeswax or some sort of mixture like that. This is just going to mostly help keep that leather nice. And generally, if you have leather items, it's recommended that you oil them every once in a while, just to help keep them nice and supple, and to help ensure that they stay nice for years to come. So, start here at the end. Just going to kind of work it in. Just like this. Yes, it is not need foot oil, it's neat's foot oil. So let me show that to you a little bit better. Let's see. Pull that down a little bit so it's a little more visible. Yeah. Also have the byproduct of kind of helping that dye stand out a little bit and look a little bit nicer as we go. Go. That's looking really nice now. Got a nice kind of suppleness there. I'm going to do the same thing to the back side here. So this raw edge leather back here is typically where leather tends to lose most of its moisture. So it's something that first we're going to add some moisture back into it that lost while we were doing the dyeing process to begin with. And then we're going to actually burnish this back a little bit, which will help reset the kind of fibers of the leather and help ensure that it lasts forever, at least for a very long time. Because we want this to last as long as possible. And that process will just keep it from drying and cracking, especially since it's going to be something worn on a shoulder, probably out in the elements, at least possible rain, cold, dry weather, stuff that's just generally not considered great for the health of leather in general. I'm just going through slowly. The backside will soak up a lot more of this oil than the front will. So I just want to kind of make sure we have a generally even coating here. Taking our time. I need to adjust that. Just realize what we're doing almost happening. There we go. Should update a little bit better here in just a minute. Look around, just so it's easier for everybody to see here. So we'll do this process right now, and then after we finish burnishing and kind of finishing off this entire piece, I might give it one more oil just to help ensure that it looks good and that it's nice and supple and feels good too. So this is where we're at. We're looking pretty good here. See, this is pretty nice, pretty easy coating. It's feeling a lot better too. So I'm pretty pleased with that. I think we're going to set it aside for a few minutes to dry, and then we'll come back to it and keep working on probably burnishing and getting some of the kind of not final touches, but close to final touches on this piece. Let's see here. Slightly warmer light. There we go. Alright. Yeah. Actually, this is drying way faster than I thought, so we should be okay. So, once I get started here, we are going to be going into what I call burnishing health. My mics love to pick up the sound of my Dremel. So this is the tool that we're going to be using. This is a Dremel with a burnishing tip, a burnishing bit added to it. We are going to kind of be smoothing down the back and then the sides of this leather. Like I said, we want to make sure that the fibers are realigned so that they actually help repel water better, and so that they don't dry out as easily. It'll make for a nicer, supple feeling on the inside of that leather too. But because I'm using a Dremel, it's also an obnoxious noise. So we are going to switch over to my burnishing setting, which means we are not going to have my mic at all. You're just going to be listening to music for a few minutes while we do this. If you have any questions, I'll be monitoring chat, and I can unmute myself, and I can answer questions, or we can talk. But until then, enjoy the music. We're going to get started here on the burnishing here in just a moment. So real fast, you can kind of see the difference here. If I hold this up properly, you should be able to see some of that gloss that we now have. That's a sign that the fibers are doing their job. They have been realigned a little bit. They're a little more protective, especially when we compare it to some of the fibers over here that have just been dyed. They're still pretty rough. So we'll see if we can get the camera to focus here a little bit. To kind of see what we're talking about. You can see a slight gloss. You can see a slight gloss there from the dye itself, but the gloss is way better once we finish burnishing it. So we're gonna keep working. Try not to bump the camera. We're gonna keep working and see how far we can get. Alright, so we are kind of chugging along here. Just gonna keep adding this burnishing gum. Kind of making it a nice smooth layer. And I'm just going through with that Dremel and I'm trying to make sure it's a nice even glossy burnishing, because that tells me that the process is looking good and that the fibers are doing what I want them to do. Again, this does a great job of helping protect this leather. It's going to help make it more water resistant. It's going to help ensure that it doesn't dry out as readily, so it won't have to be oiled as often. And it's really just going to make this satchel strap last a lot longer than if I just left it as a rough leather finish on the back. Sure to get a nice even coating here. And then we'll head back to the Dremel and keep burnishing some more. Alright. Looking pretty good there. All we've got left is this last little end of the strap here. Then we're going to switch gears and burnish the edges. Can try to give this a nice even coating. If I see it build up anywhere, I'm going to try to spread it out a little bit. Just like this. Now, with that there, Dremel's going to come back on, so I'm going to turn my mic back off again. And I'll be back with you to chat again here in a minute. Alright, so that's the back. I also went ahead and burnished the holes here. The idea being that with these edges inside the holes burnished, they're actually going to last longer. They're less likely to fray or tear. Okay, next up though, we are going to focus on burnishing the edges. Let's see here. Okay. So first things first, I'm going to swap out the bit on my Dremel again. We go from that conical bit. You are not too late at all. We are still going. I am just in the process of getting some burnishing started. Getting things kind of set up. This is that satchel strap that we just worked on last week. We're still working on it now, and hopefully it goes really well. We're about to start burnishing the edges. In the meantime, or before that, I'm actually going to make a quick adjustment to my camera because it looks like my backup light just died, so I want to make sure our visibility is nice for the PTZ camera. Okay, here we go. That's looking a little bit better, temperature-wise. So yeah, now we're going to start along this edge here, and we're just going to smooth it out. We want to make sure that we don't have any like hot spots. Usually what I'll do is I will actually start with just a simple nail file. This actually lets me sand down that edge a little bit, and it gets a nicer finish. We're just going to go through the whole piece, and we're just going to do a quick sand on everything. Just like that. Now this sanding process is just going to help loosen those fibers up, which makes them more receptive to being laid back down in a new orientation when I do that with the burnishing tool here in a few minutes. So I'll typically go through, I will give the entire length of one side a good sand, and then we'll do the burnishing on that side, and then I'll sand the other side and do the same thing. Yeah, hopefully the mic is picking up that alright, and it's not a little too grating. There we go. Okay, with that, we are going to move oh, awesome. Good. I'm glad to hear that it's not too sharp of a sound. That said, the mic's about to turn off here in just a minute as I start burnishing. So once I get some of this burnishing gum laid down, I'll turn that mic off because the Dremel is a sharper noise, and my mic cannot compensate for it without completely getting rid of my voice as well. So this is a good alternative here. And just want to lay that burnishing gum down pretty smoothly and evenly. I want to make sure some stuff is there, but I also don't want to have a whole bunch of like buildup. So you can see some of it that builds up on my fingers when I pull it off. I want to make sure that's not on the leather itself. So stuff you might see right here, I'm looking to just get rid of that. So we just don't need it. Oh, that's my Dremel. And we're going to switch over to the mic off now. Alright, that's one part there. Now, what I'm doing is I am just running my finger along this. This is a nice smooth edge. I don't know how well you'll be able to see with the camera, but I'm going to try to show you. It'll focus alright, you might be able to see the glare. We want that kind of shiny, like glare, that shine, that sheen, if you will. That's a nice smooth finish. That's going to mean that our entire strap is nice. And again, that's going to kind of seal this strap from from drying out, cracking, or just make it more hard to do some of those like cold, dry temperatures, as well as a little more hardy against like rain, snow, sleet, and other stuff. Alright, back to burnishing here. Alright, I'm happy with that. We'll move on to the next bit. One of the key things we want to do with the Dremel, or with any burnishing tool, is we want to create friction, but we don't want to press down so hard that you like or divot into the leather itself. So as I'm doing this, I'm basically taking my Dremel tool and I'm just doing very light passes. I'm going back and forth, trying to create friction that's going to let the leather fibers move. If I stay in one place for too long, a lot of times those leather fibers will compact and you'll get these like divots or things that just don't look good. So we want to keep it kind of light, but constant touch, and just kind of go up and down or back and forth until we get the desired like effect. Alright, we are back. Basically going to do the last end of this, get this done, and then we'll flip it over and do the other side. In the meantime, if you haven't, make sure to stand up, do a little bit of stretching, grab some water, generally take care of yourself. And yeah, we're going to keep working on this. Once again, thank you to everybody who's followed me. And if you're sharing or spreading the word of my live stream, I really appreciate it. I'm doing this largely because I recently lost my job, and A, I have time to do this more now, but B, this is also something that I've wanted to do for a long time, and I'm hoping maybe paired with the actual leatherwork itself, you know, the pieces I make and sell, maybe this could actually become an income that is, you know, semi-reliable. Even if it doesn't, though, I'm really enjoying doing it. I want to keep doing it for y'all because this is fun. I love sharing my craft. So again, if you have any questions or want to know what we're doing or what I'm working on, or why I'm doing something, please put it in chat. I'll be happy to answer that. Otherwise, feel free to relax. I know some people are using this as kind of a body doubling moment, you know, get it while I work, they can get some work done. So whatever is most comfortable for you. All that to say, I'm just glad people are stopping by. I'm going to switch back over to burnishing. We're going to get this last end done, and we'll flip it over, do some sanding, and go from there. Alright, that is one side completed. Let's see what we look like on the flat, as well as a little bit on the edge. It's hard to see, but you should be able to see some of that gloss, and now you can see it on the back side as well, too. So now, we're going to flip it over. We're going to give it a good sand, just like we did the last bit, and we're going to finish this up. Occasionally I find a burr in a place that I didn't cut straight. So sometimes it's just a matter of taking the scissors, smoothing out the edge a little bit. There we go. And giving that a sand. Much better. Hey, welcome Matcha. Thanks for stopping by. Hope your day is going well. Ah. Well, I'm glad you could stop by for just a few minutes before you head to work. I really appreciate it, and I hope your day's been going well. Stream's been going good. We've gotten some cuffs done. Finished sewing those earlier. Now we're working on this satchel strap that we started last week. Here's our finished cuff. Got 2 of these. I've got 2 more to make. They're looking really good. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it. It's the green and the teal was actually a really good look. The client who ordered it was very good taste. So yeah, we're gonna get the burnishing gum on this, and I'm gonna turn the mic off briefly while we pull that Dremel out. Yes, the darker green of that highlight is so nice. Making sure again we want a nice even coat, not a whole lot of excess on there. We do want to make sure we're really wetting the edge of that leather. Alright, I'm going to turn that mic off for a minute. Just enjoy the music while I start burnishing this side. Alright. Keep moving down this leather strap a little bit. All the edges are nice and smooth, the kind of thing you wouldn't be afraid to have on your shoulder for potentially a long time. Absolutely, you definitely don't want this chafing or digging into the shoulder. And yeah, I've known Sorka for a very long time. Alright. We are looking pretty good. Got about just one half of this left to go. And then we're going to be at a good stopping point for this. Really, there's only one or two more things that I need to do to this strap to make it ready to get sent off. I'm going to give it an acrylic coating on the front side, just to give it a shine and also to protect it. And then I will also, basically, I'm going to give it a good stamp, because I want to stamp my logo into it. Normally I do that right now, or right around this time, but I'm going to wait, because I actually have a new stamp coming in the mail that's going to look a lot nicer for this. So once it arrives, I can stamp it, put that acrylic seal on it, just again, protect the outside a bit. And then this piece will actually be done. Sorry about that. Well, I'm glad I could wake y'all up, but also sorry. I know that's a bit of a jump scare. Okay, just one little bit left to go. Then we can be done burnishing for a little while. Yeah, that's probably what you heard. I do have my window open, so occasionally we'll hear some train horns, or some other ambient noises like people mowing, stuff like that. Alright. That should just about do it. The edges are all nice and smooth, and I'm pretty pleased with that. So we're going to set this aside for a little bit, make sure it can dry, make sure everything's kind of finished on it, and we'll come back and finish it at a later date. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to work on the falconry anklets that I started last week. We're making good progress on those as well. What we're going to really do is we are going to take those, we're going to mark the stitch lines that we want to make. And then we are going to adhere them to the padding that we made last week as well. Alright, we're going to see how we can make this look here. I think I'm going to switch over to there we go. Just give us a little bit better of a view here. A little supplemental light in here. So we're going to use this little grooving tool, and we're just going to try to do a straight line right along this edge here on both sides and then across. Now I've already marked it for how wide I want. I find typically I go for about the width of 2 of my business cards. And that's usually good enough for staying away from the edge so that we don't break anything or damage the edge of the leather. Go. So it's a little hard to see, but there is a nice line there now. a little better. Hold it up. Yeah, there it goes. Looking for that nice, kind of smooth, even, straight line here. Do the same thing on the other side. Just a light press down. We don't need to groove too much or too deeply. There we go. Just like that. So next, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to go across the leather here. I find the best way to do this, at least for myself, is to actually use my ruler here. We're just going to make sure that's nice and straight. I'm going to move this up a little bit so y'all can actually see it in frame. I'm basically matching up the ends of the line I just created. There we go, that should be a little bit better. And then I'm going to do the same thing I did. This is giving me a groove that I can follow when I'm stitching. This is useful for both hand stitching and machine stitching, at least for me and my part, because it helps me keep my lines straight. If I didn't have this, I would probably slowly drift from one side to another, and it just wouldn't look as good. A little bit further down here, make sure we're in frame and looking good. There we go. That gives me a nice box that I can actually stitch in. And also is going to help hold our padding together. Do the same thing with this one here. Just going to do a nice, even, smooth pull across this. Again, I'm not trying to dig deep. I just want to get a straight line mark I can follow consistently. And on the other side. go. Okay, let's get the other ones going here. Again, just one nice even pull to connect those two lines. Flip it around, do the same thing here. Just like that. There we go. Now they're not super visible on the white leather here, but we do have a nice box now to stitch from, which will be super helpful when we actually get into the stitching portion. We're not going to do that today. I'm actually still waiting on some thread for this one, but once I have it in, we will finish this, probably Wednesday or Thursday. What we can do though, is we can actually line up and give this good glue so that these are at least sitting in the right spot and you know, looking good. So what we're going to do, before we actually glue it, do a change of pace here. I want to clean up those the edges on this padding, because I realized we didn't do that last time. So we're going to do a quick change here. I don't want to cut through this. I would rather cut through or cut onto my mat. Move everything off. Just briefly, we are going to put this off to the side. I hope everyone's doing well. Like I said, we're making large falconry anklets right now, and I want to make sure I cut these to the right length. So about 39.5 or 9.5 inches. Got about half an inch to cut off here. Another thing I need to do is I need to swap my blade. I did a lot of cutting last time, and that blade is due for a quick swap here. There we go. New blade in. Do some tiny cuts here, mostly to just square this padding off. Just like that. I also realize you can't see what I'm doing. Okay, at least not super well. Let's do this. Right about there. There we go. Check it with our length here. Just about 9.5 inches. We're doing pretty good. I cut off just a hair more on this side. There we are. Then, while we've got it down here, we're also going to take a moment and just give it a good corner here. Not taking off a lot, just enough to kind of round that a bit. Just like that. Do the same thing for the other side here. There we go. And 2 more. One more to go. There we are. Alright. A quick line up here. Make sure things look good. We do. They're right where I want them to be. Perfect. So we're going to do the same thing with the other one, which also needs to be cut down a little bit. Alright, here we go. Nice straight cut here. And we'll do the same thing on the other side. Just like that. There, that might be slightly easier to see, I don't know. Just give those a couple corner bits there. Do the same thing on the other side, and this padding is pretty much ready to go. Almost there. There we go. Okay, with those cut down to size properly, we can actually get back to work on gluing these back up. We'll set these to the side. We're going to grab our paper, lay it back out, and get to gluing. weights down just to keep the paper flat. Alright. So for this, we are going to mostly glue the inside of this this anklet here, and then we're going to stick it on to the padding here to ensure that we get a nice even fit here. We'll do it from the other side because I like to make sure it's nice and centered. Because once it dries, it's going to be very hard to separate. Now again, I use Barge's cement. This stuff's pretty good. I really generally recommend it. We'll see if it actually got it. Yep, that stuff. It also means that I need to wear a respirator. So I'm going to be putting that on. I'm probably going to get a little muffled here, but I should still be able to talk as we go. Thank you. I'm glad you like the new camera, or the new camera setup. Okay. Let me get my headphones back on, get all situated, and we're going to get this nice and glued up. Since we're going to have stitching on this, I'm not going to try to go to the absolute edges. I really just want to make sure that center is there so that when it gets started, it's not going to show around under the sewing machine. It certainly does. Let that get nice and tacky for a minute. Prop this up a little bit. Just want to make sure that that's all nice and flat. Now, we're going to line this up to the best of our ability here. Make sure it's nice and even. There we go. Top down view here. Yeah, a little more height here to go there. And my hand's not fully in the way.
Just want to make sure that's got a nice adhesion here. Yep, I'm wearing a respirator at the moment, so we're doing a nice glue here. I will take it off once I finish gluing, but for now, I want to make sure that that I'm being safe here. Alright, that's good. Let me set this one aside. I am not good at impressions, I'm going to tell you right now. Okay. There we go. If that gets happy. There we go. Looking pretty good there. That's a great question. I do, but I have not made one in a while. I'm actually getting ready to make a standard leather belt here pretty soon. I had a customer reach out to me wanting a custom length and a custom style, but generally still a standard leather belt. So if you are interested, I'm glad to make leather belts. It's just not something I normally do. Like, it's not a staple of mine. But I can do it, and I'm happy to do it if you want.
And since that was probably muffled to all hell, yes, I'm happy to make a leather belt. It's not something I make very often, but I can make them, and I do make them. So if you ever want one, feel free to just reach out. I'm happy to talk to you about it. All right, we're going to take a quick break while this yeah, you can do the contact me via the form on my website, or just shoot me a message via social media or something. Whatever works and is easiest. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the bathroom, let this kind of dry and let the room air out a little bit. And then we will come back and work on something else while this kind of cures. Alright, be back in just a minute. Alright, we are back. We are going to be working on this particular collar. This is that navy collar we started again last week. And so we are going to be burnishing it. That's where we're at in that process. So I'm going to get this camera set up a little bit, get it where I want it, and we're going to get going. Probably got about 30 more minutes of this stream today. Then we're going to kind of call it for now, just because I need to do lunch and kind of figure out the rest of my day and what I'm doing. But for now, we're going to start working on this. Oh yeah, that works. Thank you for sending me a message. I will check it as soon as I finish the stream, and we can chat more about leather belts. Yes, if you have not grabbed food, if you need to, I would recommend doing so. Sorka, thank you for stopping by. Thanks for watching for a bit. Always appreciate having you, and we'll see you next time. But those of us staying, I'm going to get started on this project for burnishing again. So this will just be like the last time. I'm going to switch between scenes here so that we can mute the mic while I'm actually using the Dremel. And then I'll unmute it in between just so we can still chat if you have questions or want to talk about something. So we're going to switch our Dremel bit back to our conical Dremel, or conical bit. There we go. Grab our burnishing gum again. Get all situated. Alright. Get that light, nice, even coat here. This leather's a little different than what we did on the satchel strap. This is what we'd call a utility leather. Meaning that this leather is generally kind of built to be a little sturdier. As such, it also means that it doesn't always take burnishing the best. So we're going to see what we can do with it. But in order to get this started, we gotta go ahead and just get that burnishing gum down first, and we'll see how well it burnishes. If I really was concerned that it wasn't going to work well, I might take some time and sand the back like I do with the edges. That would help bring those fibers up, but I think it's still going to be okay. I've used this leather a few times now, and it generally works out pretty well. Alright, we'll switch over, mute the mic, and I'll turn it back on here in just a few minutes. Alright, first bit done. Go ahead and move on to this next little section here. Get some good burnishing gum down. Probably saw the leather kick up a little bit while I was burnishing. That sometimes happens. Just generally means that I need to go in smaller, smooth motions rather than long ones. And leather like this tends to grip a little bit more, and so it's going to occasionally kick up. Oh yeah, I've not heard of them until I started using this playlist. This is the back burnished. It's going to have a very light gloss, not nearly as strong as the other leather, but it is there, and the leather is much smoother now. So we are going to do a quick sand on the edges, and then we'll come back and burnish those edges. So we're just giving these edges a quick sand. And then we'll burnish them, finish that up. We should be generally good. And then we'll just be assembling this piece. Lots of scratchies, yep. I think once we finish this up, or once I finish burnishing these edges, we'll probably call it for the day. I still need to grab some food. I haven't eaten today, and gotta take care of some other things. So, we'll use this as kind of the finish up for the day. But we've got just 2 more edges to take care of, and we are good to go. Here we are. Get some burnishing gum on here. There we go. We'll off some of that excess there. Alright, and we will do some burnishing now. Get that all smooth and nice feeling. Alright. More burnishing gum on here. The rest of the length of this. There we go. Alright. Alright, just one more side to go, and then we will be good. This collar will be nearly done. All that will be left is assembling it, and then doing some of the sewing, which we won't do today. We'll probably do that again Wednesday or Thursday. Or I might do it off stream. Just kind of depends on where we're at. Alright, one more section to go. Go. Get rid of some of that excess. Alright. And one more section of burnishing. Alright. That's it. Burnishing is done. And I think this is going to be where I wrap it up for today. I'm going to be back online Wednesday and Thursday this week from 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time all the way to about 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I'd love to have you stop by. Should be some fun streams. We're going to continue on some of these projects as well as start some new ones. And should have some cool stuff to show you. So thank you so much for swinging by and for sticking around. And look forward to seeing you later this week. Thanks, y'all.